Hello, fellow dragons! Welcome! Doing more visual novel stuff. This time we're going Ace Attorney and we're skipping over the Phoenix Wright parts because I don't have any of those in a way that I can record. I have all those on DS and or 3DS. Just DS. I have all the DS ones. That's what I have. I technically also have these on DS. This is the one that I have on Switch. Aside from the Chronicles ones, but we're not doing that right now. Right now we're gonna do some Ace Attorney stuff. Because visual novels seem to be what does well on the channel right now. I'm not gonna stick to just visual novels, obviously. But you know, those seem to be what people have the most fun with, and I kind of have fun reading for them. I do have to take breaks from them, and I do happen to be in a visual novel mood right now. So, are y'all ready? For everyone that said no, I just have to say, objection, you clicked on the video, so you must be ready. Alright, so, obviously, we are starting with this one. We'll eventually play that one. And we'll eventually play that one. But, yeah, no, of course we're starting with this one. The music is too good. And also, it has my second favorite prosecutor in the series. He's just fun. Now, just a reminder for any Ace Attorney fans, some of the dialogue is stupid, and it's gonna be even stupider. It's gonna be even stupider spoken out loud. Huh. And I don't know what voices I'm gonna do for any of these humans. Ah, fuck. It's going too fast. Hold on. What? I guess someone lost? Well, uh-huh. Yeah, no, I gotta check my options, because that was too fast for me to be able to read along with. Okay, so that's text speed. I've got text skip off. Let's let's turn the transparency up. Good, we've got that off. It was just that fast. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I can go back this way and read it. I'm not gonna read this out loud, though. Not this part. I'm not feeling it. Oh, fuck, is my water nearby? It is. Good. So I have problems, because I don't know how... I don't know how I'm gonna read any of this. Alright, well, I gotta get into this. I'm very tempted to... For any of you that have seen the Nor 9 stuff, I'm very tempted to give Phoenix the Heishi treatment. I'm not going to do that, though. That just doesn't work. I'm not gonna give him the worst southern accent you've ever heard. Okay, panicked. Palm sway, I can admit. I'm nervous. Apparently Apollo's just gonna be the voice I do for Katri. So the break for me doing voices. Like very little change. Also, I have a very slight cough. I'm getting over being sick. Who? Is this Phoenix or Sussy McSussman? It is Sussy McSussman. I forgot his name. It's been years. Good morning, sir. Christoph. Oh, right. Fuck. So, Christoph and Claver, I'm probably mispronouncing, Prosecutor Gavin's name. Really wish I could vote. I wish I had a pronunciation guide for some of these names. But, they're both German. I am not going to do a German accent for either of these men. Because I do not want my German grandmother to haunt me. My German great-grandmother. I have German heritage on my mom's side. I think I probably also have some German heritage on my dad's side. I don't know. I'd have to ask my dad's sister. And I don't feel like calling my aunt right now. And I don't think she would take kindly to suddenly being called and put on recording. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise, is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Alright, his voice probably cracked there. Your first trial, and it's a homicide, I guess. And it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. Oh, God, right. I forgot about this part. It's fine. He's a newbie. He can be a little cringe if he wants. Everyone had a cringe phase. It's fine. It's fine. He goes through his edgelord phase in the next game. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. Oh, overdid it again. I do remember several of the plot beats. For those of you that haven't seen this game before, I will try not to spoiler things, although I've already spoiled some things for at least this case. Simply because I have already referred to him as Sussy McSussman because I forgot his name. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Brain, don't say the spoiler, don't say the spoiler! Sorry, I want to sass this guy so hard, but the way I would sass him is... it would be a spoiler. Drift gotten, sir? I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir! One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. Gulp. Did you just say gulp out loud? How cringe. Fuck you, Kristoff. It's Apollo's cringe phase. He'll grow out of it. It's fine. Everyone has one. Everyone has at least 3 cringe phases. One that starts from middle school all the way up till the end of high school, and then several smaller cringe phases throughout between ages 20 and death. The major cringe phases occur during high school and middle school, though. You are incapable of being cringe before middle school. Before that, you are just literal, you are too childs to be cringe. Children that young are incapable of cringe. Because at that age, it's just kid stuff. The second they hit middle school, though, cringe phase immediately, everyone, all the time. At least that's how it was where I live. At least that's how it was for me. You never notice your cringe phase until you're already an adult and done with it. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. Today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants me to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Fuck, okay, what am I gonna do for Phoenix here? What am I gonna do for him? Like, seriously, what am I gonna do? He's in his scruffy unemployed era. What do I do for this man? I'm tempted to do just more, just me. Tempted to do more of that because I am also currently in my scruffy unemployed era. Until I get a job. Hopefully by the time this gets uploaded, I will have a job though. Whoa! Good morning? Morning. It's all up to you today. I will figure out what to do with Phoenix as we go. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help. So, you're fine. I'm fine. Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Oh no. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why? You'll see. For now, we'll just chalk it up to conflict of interest, what with him being my friend and all. Huh? You could do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. It's time, shall we? Yes, sir. It wouldn't be the first time Phoenix was wrongly accused of murder. This is what, the third time? Fourth? Okay, first trial, here comes justice. Tutorial time, whatever part. Oh, hey! Prosecutor Payne has lost even more hair. The court is now in session. Fuck. Okay, prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is, fine. Ready, Your Honor. Blink, don't panic. Too late. Your name was Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial? Yes, Your Honor, but I'm fine, really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Turns out his cringe vocal warm-up is actually really beneficial for me right now, considering I have an actual cough. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine, but does he have cords of steel? Apollo, your cringe is showing. You might want to dial that back in the courtroom, even though you're keeping your thoughts in your head. We can see those, man! It's okay. It's just... Cringe is just a phase. It's just a phase that varies. Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. Yep, here again. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further, then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. Also, I realized that having Edgeworth be the prosecutor for this would be a conflict of interest on Edgeworth's part. But having Prosecutor Payne, the tutorial, even though he is the go-to tutorial prosecutor, be the prosecutor for this case, is also a conflict of interest due to grudge against Phoenix in particular. However, I guess at this point they were out of prosecutors because Blackwell in jail. We don't see his ass until the next game. Francisca, probably out of the country, I assume. Also, same problem as Prosecutor Payne, most likely. But strangely enough, she'd probably be the most fair in that situation. Let's see. Edgeworth, conflict of interest. Claver, conflict of interest given the his brother's law firm is the opponent. Out of, like, they are out of options for conflict of interest. They've got to have at least one other randy prosecutor they could have used to avoid conflict of interest. But, you know, you gotta stick with Prosecutor Payne. He is the, tutorial guy. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges. Mr. Payne? Yep, there's his conflict of interest. To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Ah, Winston Payne, subtle as ever, I see. They really had no one that wouldn't be conflict of interest in this trial, did they? Fuck you! The crime occurred at the Borscht Bone Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head, smack. Killed him, cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was the pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright, a pianist. This is the weapon that took the victim's life, a bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. That is clearly a wine bottle, man! The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Neat. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make practice of checking it frequently. Court record, right, I've heard of that. Remember, R button. Use it to look at the evidence so far. And examine. Bottle's completely empty. No clues. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. Lid? No. Fine. Alright. Examine attorney's badge because obligation. Check. No clues. There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. Okay, yep. Alright, puns. Victim's name. Shady Smith. Age? Male. Estimated time of death, April 17th between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt force trauma to the forehead. And this. Okay. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right. Just press the R button underneath the desk. They don't have controllers! Where would the R button be? Other than attached to the desk. And since we can't see it on the desk, it must be under the desk. I am making shit up and pulling it out of my ass. So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But who is this, Shady Smith fellow? We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. A traveler? Insert Genshin joke here, I guess? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant? That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. They had only just met. Then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing. That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. That's already the court record we can see. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself. Indeed, it appears our defendant was fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
Objection!
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of... It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that. A game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again? The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. That will be our first order of business then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Phoenix is just like, yeah, nah, I know how this goes. I'm just gonna chill here and make sure the truth comes out from the sidelines. Just gonna chill here. Very well, defendant. You'll testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. This is it, my first trial. Here goes nothing. Cross-examination time. Alright, Phoenix, what you remembering wrong? I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. I am a noob at that shit. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. And our customers are happy. A pianist who can't play piano. Better than a defense attorney who can't defend. Very well, the defense may begin cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. First cross-examination, don't blow it. Are you alright? You're sweating bullets. Bullets where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. So you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination? Nah, I've got this. No need for help here, sir. I think I've got it covered. I think you'd better do more than think. You know it or you do not. And fine. The cringe of steel is ready for battle. Yeah, I'm gonna keep making that joke. Okay, my weapons are press and present. Find any inconsistencies and any lies in the testimony and reveal them to court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. I chose to skip the tutorial because I'm not a stranger to this series and know how to do the thing. It still insisted on telling me how to do the thing. Inconsistencies, lies. Mr. Phoenix Wright, as if. Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. He may, however, be mistaken. He is kind of a dumbass. Just like everyone in this series. Everyone in this series is kind of a dumbass. Competition. I will not reread things. Normally you should press everything, but like I'm not gonna harsh his piano playing. They pay you just to play poker. That would seem to be the case. I am a professional after all. I don't intend to make him sound kind of sus, but between the cough and my goal is to make him sound kind of like a snarky bastard a little bit. Since he's not currently in the professional mindset. But, yeah, no, don't. Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hardworking member of society like me to imagine. Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. What? I've played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost once. What? See why the customers come now. Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible? The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction. It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past. Things like the black market are only in the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say, there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. Smoky room, gambling hoods, you know. Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. Bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through this small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. No actual wagers or anything, just game. Two decks of cards? Simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate two decks, no one can slip in cards. There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, and the other blue. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Heh. Yeah, a game of hands. The fuck? This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime. Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Ah! I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right, there's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand, and I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. I've got myself a whole new testimony. Interesting. Okay, I hadn't pressed this yet. There's no penalty for pressing it. So you claim you weren't gambling. That's right, it was simply a game. You didn't bet any money, not even a little. The only thing at stake in our game was pride itself. Ho ho! Well put, Mr. Wright. I've got a mind to play a hand of poker myself. The stakes? Your fate. Can we go back to the trial now? I played silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. I have a plan, kid. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yeah? Great, like I didn't have enough to do already. Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony? Huh? Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. What was it? You figured it out, I suggest suggest you present the evidence that contradicts the testimony. Yeah, hold on. Okay, yeah, it does have his prints. But there's also no bloodstain. Now hold on, I'm gonna look at this thing again. I'm gonna look at this other thing. Damn it, I can't tell if there's liquid in the bottle. But I can tell there's liquid. Contradiction, Mr. Wright's testimony. But why? I better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony. It's a little early to be jumping to conclusions. This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press. Right. Got it. I'm fine. Alright, fine. We're pressing your piano playing. You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Is that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask. A respectable face I wear for the world at large. Alright. Objection. So, you didn't touch the murder weapon? This bottle of grape juice? Right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Too bad our defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see. It was covered in the defendant's fingerprints. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess yelling could damage the judge's ears and our case. But what about my cords of steel? What about those, though? Apollo, you gotta work your way out of your cringe phase, kiddo. You're not a teenager anymore. Move out of this cringe phase. You can have another cringe phase later. It's okay. Having cringe phases is part of being human. It's fine. But come on, man. Those of us playing the game and watching videos of people playing the game can only take so much cringe. Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone won't, That's true. Prints alone don't prove he did it. Objection! Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal prints. Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Upside down? What does that mean? who's holding the bottle inverted, and there can only be one reason for that. Yes, to brain someone with the bottle. Not necessarily. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Yeah, you wouldn't, you snarky bastard. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything, you'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Hmm? Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it that reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright, but still, that... Really? Yes, well, according to the case file... The murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at a diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in the basement, 2 floors down from the ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used... Thank you for the victory! Shut up, phone. That was the worst time. Who text? Ah. Wow, that is... That. Okay, whoop. Okay. Okay. Intermission time, fellow dragons. I'll be back in, like, for you guys, 3 seconds. Ah! What happened? Oh. Okay. Hold on. My phone fell on a button on a thing. And changed the input of the device that I am using to read things while comfortably laying back. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay, that's... What? No! Why is it trying to be picture-in-picture? I did not select picture-in-picture. Full screen. Exit only. No, bad picture-in-picture. No. No, do not try to show me freaking Pokemon anime right now. I'm not in the mood for that. I don't know why that's the channel it's on. I don't know why. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that, fellow dragons. Alright, there we go. Ah! No! The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see, and this is the phone that made the call? The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative? Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. Phone. Alright, Phoenix, what's your call history? No clues. Phoenix, back. Tape. Wow, the battery's being held in with a piece of tape. You should just buy a new one. Or maybe you can't afford it. Or maybe you just don't care. Button. No. Okay, we can't get help. Besides, that wouldn't have worked. This is from Japan. Alright, fine. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That's a good question indeed. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness, as they often do. As they say you are. So, someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well, the prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? That she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. Sure. I swear it on my gavel. Please come out. Is it violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you are sure it is okay. I don't know what I'm doing for her. Just because the restaurant itself is Russian does not mean she is Russian, so I'm not necessarily going to do a Russian accent. Plus, I don't want to offend the, at minimum, one viewer from Russia that I tend to have regularly on this channel who tends to show up for when I do live streams. At least unintentionally. I don't want to offend anyone intentionally either. Well, I suppose there's one group that I'd be fine with offending. But that group, I don't want them watching my channel anyway. That group shouldn't have internet because that group should be in jail. People that touch kids inappropriately belong in jail. No. No, the specific creeps belong in jail. That specific genre of creep. I'm avoiding saying the actual word because while I'm not currently monetized, if I ever do get monetized, that word would be a problem. But we all know what word. It's what Shiro Yuiga in Nor 9 is. I believe I've mentioned the word in that playthrough. But how about this? Anyone that's committed any form of child abuse, I'm fine with offending you. Go away and go to jail where you belong. Actually, any abuse of any other person, child or otherwise. Adults are capable of abusing other adults too. It's not okay, and should not happen. And those who do the abuse should do the jail. And should not be able to watch my videos because they should be in jail and not have internet. Definitely not for that crime. Anyway, well, wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia? Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be... I'm trying to find the pun here. It's an Ace Attorney game. I'm trying to find the pun. I'm not seeing it. My name is Olga Orley. I'm employed as a waitress in the Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurant. Okay, based on the way the dialogue is, I am assuming that she is actually supposed to have a Russian accent. But I also perform, how is it said? Other service. I take it one of these other services is taking the customer's pictures. That. For example, like this one. That's the defendant. Indeed, on the night of the murder. I forgot I was giving him the half-closed nose treatment for a second there, because he started talking right as I was reaching for the tea that I made during the pausing of the video. Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim. Order. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. Same way as I drop whole bowls of borscht on laps of customers casually. Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. So many things wrong with that sentence. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? I was in the room, a hideout we call it. Excuse me? The hideout? There's a pun! It is room where famous gangster Bad Guy was arrested. I'm doing a weird hybrid-ass accent for her. You're just gonna have to deal with it, fellow dragons, I am sorry. This is a weird hybrid-ass accent from nowhere. And it works. Because the localized version... This is localized Ace Attorney. Where all the countries are fictional and everything. And, the setting has swapped, kind of becomes a combination between the Los Angeles area and the Tokyo area somehow. Because that is just how the localization for these games went. So since none of the places are real, the fucked up stupid accents I do are also exceedingly fake. I mean, I guess there are some actual countries, like canonically Germany and France at least exist in this universe, in the localized versions. Because that's where Franziska studied, and where Christophe and Claver are from. I think. But, yeah. No. I could use this and as many weird, fucked up accents as I want, as long as we acknowledge the fact that they are weird, fucked up, fictional ass accents for weird, fucked up, fictional ass places, and not actual accents representative of actual places. Which is why I'm doing my best to not give, like, I'm not giving Christoph or the other one who hasn't shown up yet accents. And I know I'm gonna mispronounce his name. But, yeah, whatever. Rockstar Prosecutor's name, first name's gonna get mispronounced a lot. So, yeah. Is room where murder took place. What? Your look of utter surprise is lovely. I will post by courtroom door later for you. The photos will be numbered and you will write which ones you want a copy of. So there were 30 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley are witness. If Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Just gonna throw this out, just gonna spoil something now. Apollo's not correct in his line of thinking. He is wrong. He's doing the thing of like, oh, so if my client's innocent, then the witness is the one who did it. In this case, no. It's an Ace Attorney case, so that's often how it is. Someone involved in this trial is actually the criminal. I'm not going to say any more. You will testify to the court about that night's events. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, no, hold on, what? I have things to look at. You. What? Okay, so we got... piano... Guy go talkie talk. I'm trying to read the Japanese text that's on there, because that's clearly still kanji. Except for the prices don't appear to have a yen symbol next to them. Is weird. Okay. Okay. Alright, so the plan for these recordings is to try to do one case per episode. That's only gonna, except for that's really only gonna work for this tutorial one. I'm gonna decide how I split stuff up later. I think, trials are gonna try to be, like, I'm gonna split it up. If recordings start to go too long, I'll split it up differently, but for now, it'll be, different phases. Like, the investigation phase for a trial, when we get to that point, will be all one episode, and then like the trial will be one, and then since they're usually multi-day, I'll break it up in a way that makes sense. Alright, but tutorial, all one episode, so it's gonna be an extended one, because these take longer when reading out loud, but also making fun of the cringy things and making fun of everything silly. Because you can enjoy shit and still make fun of it for the stupid parts it does. And boy, does this series have some parts that are stupid. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. Damn. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on pocket at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. Damn. That man flew at the victim and strangled him and is strangling him to death. Incidentally, who won the game? Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
Objection!
Apollo, this was not time for an objection. That's ridiculous, because Mr. Right can't lose? Justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection? But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Excuse me, auto-progressing? Did not choose to do that. Take it from me, kid, it happens. I didn't lose a case in my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips they laid the very moment of the crime. The hand and the chips on this side belong to the defendant. And those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips, you say? I am so tempted to go more as close to Professor Farnsworth as I can with the judge at this point. Very tempted. Not actually going to, because I don't think I'm capable, but the temptation is there from that. The way the chips you say line is just like, to shreds you say. Yes, poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils. I know that after all. Excuse me. I know that after all. In my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Maybe. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side. There's something up with those cards. There's something sus with the cards, somehow. Nope, I need to look at that again. Okay. So... okay. Okay, initially I thought that the ace of diamonds on Phoenix's side of the table was the ace of a second ace of hearts. Let's see, okay, no, those are both. Okay, none of them are the same. Except, hold on. What about this one? Wait. Okay, that is a club. It just looks like a heart in the other picture. But there's something about the gateway there's something about this. There's something about this. I think it might be... I don't remember any of the answers. It's been years since I've played this game. I don't remember the answers. I think that ace of spades on Phoenix's side is somehow sus. Because it's not matching the format of the others, but I don't know. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. But there's something about that picture we're gonna need to figure out later, I'm sure. That tonight, customer asked me to deal him cards. Okay, yep. You were dealing cards. Do you do this often? Da, I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work. Ugh, fucking... Well, I suppose the judge is an old man. So it's not surprising to hear a boomer-ass line out of him. It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. Okay, cold, both players with hats on. I'm pressing everything until the game. It's already April. How could it be cold? Well, Apollo, this is being recorded in November. The real question should be, how is it still 80 degrees out? I think we're supposed to get into the 90s. We had a hard freeze a week ago. Texas, what the flying fuck? Okay, weather rant's over. Blame Apollo for this weather rant. At Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic Russian restaurant theme. Outside, it is city in spring, but inside, it is always as cold as Mother Russia. Crap. Okay, according to this, Russia's an actual place in Universe 2. She still gets a fake-ass accent from nowhere. No way I'm going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, da. That goes for most soups. Except for, like, if you're eating chili and you make it spicy enough, it's also good in summer because the spicy, strangely enough, will trigger your body to start cooling off more, and like it triggers off your body's defense against heat and make you cold. Can help cool off. Unless you do what I did with leftover chili last night and did not add enough ghost pepper. Only added the tiniest amount, and all it did was add warming effect, and now what does the boyfriend want? Ah. Cute. Sent me a cute video to look at later. Alright, well, I'm not pausing the recording for that this time. I only paused the recording before because I also had to use the bathroom and make tea. It just gave me a good opportunity. Man. Hold it! His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, da. He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about? I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket? Of course, I knew that! It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket, no matter its shape. It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding? Why isn't this judge retired yet? There's been a whole last time skip from the previous game. So what happened next? Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, da. Hold it! Something terrible? The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. Reconsider this vocal training thing. Yeah, you do. Now, Miss Orley, can you tell us what really happened? Oh, I was so frightened to die. I trembled with fear.
Hold it!
This was a stupid press, but yeah. But the defendant would never do such a thing. Eek! Well, no, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because defendant has lost game? Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall. Go ahead, I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir, leave it to me. Okay, so autopsy report. Autopsy report. Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Miss Orley, really now, did you witness the crime? Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yet it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. But I have seen it happen. That went too French. It's fine. She has fake-ass accent from nowhere. The defendant, he lunged at victim's neck. Oh, really, Miss Orley? Oh, I see the pun now. It's stupid. I think I've caught you in your own lie this time, Justice. I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems you should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too? victim hit him with bottle.
Hold it!
Hey, there's no locket. You didn't say anything about hitting before. So sorry, I must be forgetting this staff. Witness, we will take greater care with your testimony. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe.
The defendant made the strangle victim, then changed his mind. He chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely.
So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this. Go ahead, I believe you know what he needs to do. Okay. I don't remember. Alright, which picture? I think it is this one.
Objection!
Nope. Okay. Okay, well. There should be blood. There should be blood on the bottle. And the bottle has its cap on when in the picture it does not.
Objection!
Nope. Okay, I don't know what. I don't remember. I don't remember the answer. Yes, we are. No, I don't. I'm gonna press the bucket again. Okay. Okay, so it's not this one. It's not this one. I don't think it would be this
this one?
Objection!
No. Okay, so we're just... Okay.
Objection!
Okay, so it's not the wine bottle either. I don't remember, so I'm just trying everything. It's either this or the autopsy report. I don't think it's this.
Objection!
It's the autopsy report again. There we go. And reset to the start of testimony, please. We have failed because my memory is shit and I... Like, what? Good, that was not a thing in the original. Okay.
Hold it!
Ah! I did not mean to hold it. Okay. Process of elimination, there's only 2 things that could be left.
Objection!
Oh, what? Really? It's Phoenix's phone? Because that's all that's left. Either I've got the entire statement wrong. In fact, yeah, if it's not any of the other things, it's Phoenix's phone.
Objection!
Okay, well, I don't know. Alright, how do I... Oopsie, I've reloaded. From the last autosave. Okay. So I just need to press everything again. Because technically I can press no, I can't.
Hold it!
Alright, press this again. Not available in this one. So this is... Okay, so I've tried that, I've tried that. I've tried everything. I've tried all of the things. no bruising on the neck.
Objection!
I've tried all the things. It would have to be that because there's no bruising on the neck. Press everything again, clearly. No, we don't.
Hold it! Hold it!
Press everything again.
Hold it! Hold it! Hold it!
Pressing everything. Yeah, I've presented every possible piece of evidence. There's no blood on the bottle. And the blow drew blood. And technically it would... Blow was strong enough to do blood, so there should be blood coming off on the weapon, if this was indeed a weapon. But also, this isn't even it, because the bottle on the at the scene has no thing. I've tried every piece of evidence.
Objection!
I've tried everything. What am I missing? I don't remember. What am I missing? What am I missing?
Objection!
I've tried everything. I've tried everything. I've tried the autopsy report. I've tried every piece of evidence in this thing. Pressing is getting me nothing else.
Objection!
I've tried all of it. I even tried Phoenix's phone.
locket was missing. Okay. I was right. I had right evidence, wrong statement. My brain locked in too hard. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Alright, fellow dragons, I'm back. Alright, next time I get that far on the wrong track for that long, I will just edit it out, but it's staying in this time. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? You did yell objection, after all. Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on his neck, on the locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. It only took you 8 tries. More, even. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death? Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off. No. Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean? The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Ah. That's actually bad for Phoenix, though. Defendant, what do you have to say about this? Say... Yes. I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? Oh. You mean this? Yes, it's a locket. With a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter?
We confirmed it at the time of arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter.
So, Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Well, now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly.
Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant.
The game began with 3,500 points in chip for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... First off, it's not the same fucking bottle. One has a lid, the other does, the one at the crime scene does not. Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. Ah. How many times have I heard these words? I died in a fit of anger, a common tale, but true. He thinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Okay. Okay, both had 2 aces. I don't remember poker, but why? Okay, now I'm pretty sure blackjack is the one where you're just trying to get to 21. I don't know card games, fellow dragons. Okay. Okay, I'm just pressing everything. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be 7,000. Exactly 7,000 points. Yep. Your math almost wasn't mathing there, Judge, but then you figured it out. You got it. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. House chips come in 2 sizes, small and large. I just realized the accent I'm doing for her is the accent I use for West of Loathing Goblins. And or Shadows over Loathing Goblins. Oopsie, she's getting goblin accent. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Of course. Something is fishy with these chips. Yeah, press harder. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips? Explain? What is there to be explained? Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips, not a chip off the block. Oh, thanks, dumbass. Oh no, I pressed her, I better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles? Yes, as I have been saying before, it was a game, not gambling. Harder perhaps for capitalists to understand. Two types of chip, 100-point chip and 1,000-point chip. It is not money, Justice. Sir? Don't you find her comment interesting? Always the one, sir. testimony myself. Yeah. Yes, I do think it deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. Wish I knew where I was going with this. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Da, Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 100 point, other kind is worth 1,000, 2 kinds in all.
Hold it!
Mr. Gavin said testimony is important, honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Act, sorry, fine. I think something's better to ask. Quick. The 2 types of chips. That? The small ones are 100 and the big ones are 1,000? Right? Of course? Ha! Don't waste our time. Is that all? Yeah. Oh, great. Stop right now. Stop. Oh, Justice? Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go and try it. We're not in kindergarten after all. Calculation. Okay, so let's look at the amount. Okay. If we're... She's not saying what size is what. I think usually the smaller chips are worth more. So if that line of logic is right, Phoenix has 4,100. And Shady over there has 2,900. That's if the chips are what I think they are.
Hold it!
You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing? Duh, it must have been a most unlucky day for him. I'm glad I did not take other picture of him. It would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to victim's side of table. So you're telling us it was a one-sided game? Duh, one-sided and...
Hold it!
The last hand... Last hand? It was largest points of any hand. Defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. Here's that both defendants and victim's hands are in the picture. It truly is an excellent hand, however, it's the victim's. One with highest number wins, so defendant loses. Victim, Mr. Smith, has a stronger hand than defendant and crushed it. I believe that explains what occurred next. Once cards laid down on the table, it happened.
Hold it!
And what happened next? Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble. Ah, did not believe such a thing would happen. What such thing? Please, you must believe. I had no idea how could such thing occur. What? Yet. Defendant had been hitting victim. Ah, suck it all right for me. Bottle coming down.
think it's the opposite. The chip sizes are... the big ones are worth more. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure?
Seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won if you're not in kindergarten.
Just for safety's sake, explain your problem. Could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000?
Why, the big ones, of course, duh.
Oh, I thought so too, but the totals don't add up.
The totals?
Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips. And the combined total value of the chips was 7,000. Yes, if my calculations are correct, let's see. 3 plus 1, carry the 5. They are, Your Honor, now. Look at the photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? Do it yourself, you aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony.
But why? How could this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Starting points are wrong, chip count is wrong. Both were right, the size of the chips is inverted. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph. Yep. There can be only one answer. What is it? The value of the chips was the other way.
What?
Like what I think? The small chips are worth 1,000, not the big ones. Madness, other madness! Thousands a bigger number, so value must be higher. Show me the photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. Almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it.
But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing!
Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Ah! Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math and add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 and the defendant, Phoenix Wright, had 4,100 points. Well now. It seems that Mr. Right was winning that night after all. That's impossible! My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Yeah! Now, Miss Orley? You must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you? Ah! Yay! I will not do the long eek. Order. Order. It appears our defendant has lost his motive. And Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must... I was trying to read that game. You must ask ourselves whether we can trust witnesses' testimony at all. She's like, hold it! Excuse me, what is it, Miss Orley? I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see, See what, Miss Orley? What do we see? In the last hand? In the last hand, there was cheat. A cheat? You don't mean a trick? I forgot to do the nose thing for him, but I'm not rereading the line. Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case has certainly taken a turn. For the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. Next moment, game becomes argument. Da! The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in hand. He took a bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Yeah, no. I already... Well, I already counted. Yeah, there's... Yeah, let's see what we've got. We've got 7 of hearts, 7 of diamonds, 7 of clubs, ace of spades, ace of diamonds. Then on the other side, we have king of hearts, king of spades, king of diamonds, ace of clubs, and ace of hearts. Ace of hearts is upside down. Interesting. Didn't think about that earlier. Then there's a card on the floor that could be another 7 of hearts, or it could be
a different card entirely. Miss Orley? Why did you not tell Elicor about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled the cover up here. Well, folks, time to throw back the covers. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience. That is enough, that alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous activities. Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? Lawyers these days. Don't you know your poker?
Can't say this bodes well for your case or career.
What is this? Some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice. You know the terms one pair, two pair, and three of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. Two cards with the same number makes a pair. Three makes a three of a kind. Good, now picture a hand with one pair and one three of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Yeah, they're both full houses. You forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. The defense may cross-examine the witnesses. If he did cheat that last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand? Who ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat?
Hold it!
Pressing everything. Just how hard is it to make a full house exactly? It is quite hard, Doc. It is making a pair and a three of a kind at the same time. I guess that's right. Very difficult to be sure. You can take my word as poker head of courtroom 3. Very difficult, Doc, but it is not impossible. Okay, full house hard, this line of questioning is a waste of time. There's 4 of each card in the deck, from ace to king.
Hold it!
4 of each card, you say? Da! There is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is interesting the fact that this number 4 comes... It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from the number of seasons. Huh, you don't say. And did you know that the cards are numbered 1 to 13? All added cards in a deck, you get 364 a year. Huh, you don't say. That's a day short. That's why each deck has 2 jokers. Say the second joker stands for a leap year. That's your perfect representation of the year and all in the deck of cards.
Oh my gosh, this was a waste of everything.
Huh. You don't say. I'm gonna be in this courtroom for a year if this keeps going like this. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious.
Hold it!
How is it clear? Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace. A 5th ace? remember both hands very well. That's 3 kings. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's 2. Obviously cheating was a foot, or perhaps I should say, a hand. Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well, the witness will add this detail to her testimony, please.
Hold it!
Shit. I meant to... 5th ace? Ah, it should not exist, no? I still remember hands very well. But that is not... Well, where did this card come from then? Perhaps you should ask the defendant that very question. Adding cards to a deck is no less a serious taboo than forging evidence in a court of law. Now, perhaps it is time for you to say something, Justice. You bet, I have no intention of staying quiet. Nope. Reference some contradicting evidence fast. Alright, so this is what I meant to do.
Objection!
That's 3 kings, bitch! It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name... Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice. Perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. That be kings. Take that! Why, it's here, of course. It's where? Where is it that you're pointing? Where, huh? Excuse me? Miss Orley, in your testimony you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand held only 2 aces. Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant that held the 3rd ace in question.
Objection!
Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating alright, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Two aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please. It is true, I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you.
That's odd. She must be lying, yet she is the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts, Mr. Gavin. Who knows what lies in store for us in this trial and the trial ahead. Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards. The cards? Mr. Payne? Yes? The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? These cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Which of these hands is more suspicious? As the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. Defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. Excellent. All time's wasting. Get to it, Justice. Ooh. King of Diamonds is a blue. Only one of these cards is a blue back. Much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know? Interesting. Yes, sir. Examining evidence, view from all sides and angles, rotate the shit. Try rotating it with the little joystick on the underside of the desk. And X and Y to zoom in and out. Yeah, better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do this. Alright, so I've only looked at the back, so... Yep, I've already seen it. Yep, what? Your Honor, look at this. What are the victim's cards? The back is a different color. But also... it looks like they were playing with the blue deck. So, 4 of those cards should not be in that hand if they were using the blue deck. Back has a different color. That's impossible. But I put that card in Wright's hands. What was that, Miss Orley? No, yes, I knew you said that. I have it. Your Honor? Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer... Ah! Wait, so you mean... this witness, Miss Orley, she's the cheater, a professional, I'd wager. Order! Order! Focus justice, time to take advantage of her, her mistake. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible, but I put that card in Wright's hand. There we go, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Oh! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? What? You don't mean? The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you? Time for justice. Apollo, don't do that. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. When Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means... I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder. She didn't do it. I remember enough of this case to know she actually didn't do it. Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley?
It appears she, has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice? Your Honor? It seems you've conveyed a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. And that means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
What?
I did it. I held out. Yeah, except for here's where problems happen. I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
Hi, Phoenix! Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet.
What nonsense is the defendant spewing now?
Think, one of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means?
What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know, Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. At this point in the timeline, I cross-examined a parrot, motherfucker. He has yet to cross-examine the whale. That's a secret episode for the next game. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things? Let's go with the facts about the game that night. As was said before, we had alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. Use different colors and they still got mixed up? We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. However, in the end, the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yes, this card raises 2 serious questions. What this feels like is, Phoenix wanted to defend himself, but a lawyer that defends himself is an idiot. And, like, granted he's done it before, but, you know. He's playing a specific type of... He's doing something specific here. So, he's like, yeah, no, give me your rookie attorney. Nah, trust me, I've got this. What is this stuck to the blanket? Oh, that is that a scab? Oh, that probably flaked off of the cat's head at you, or I was saying to do laundry now. The cat had a head scab for a while. Poor kitty. He's doing better now. The antibiotics the vet gave him worked. Okay, this card raises two serious questions. I got off on a side tangent. Apollo. Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped. Oh. It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne, or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped to the deck? Okay. It would have had to be after the murder, because they would have noticed during the game. Phoenix would have noticed the blue card in after the murder. Perhaps it happened after the murder?
What? That's ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly!
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son, there's a lot of silly in this world, very little impossible. Oh? Even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during a game, you'd be caught in no time. Yeah. Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown. After the murder. Okay, this is going past silly straight into crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yeah, simply a decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? What? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only two remain in the room, alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for the blue card? The answer is actually someone else. Okay. Well, I think this might have been the right answer. I was only testing it, but... The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course, and, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga either. Well, what are you suggesting? That's a hardly logical conclusion, I'll admit. As the defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point. Yes, I know, but she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. If this card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking of how much fun all this is.
Fun? How about confusing? No idea what... I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. The one who swapped the cards wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orley. Then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh?
I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction.
A new direction?
We'll find that indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card. Because the one who did the swap didn't know the color of card, that no two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem! According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. What? I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption, namely that at the time of the incident there were only 3 people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well, the trial will resume in 20 minutes. Good thing Apollo is heading this case, because this, Defendant lobby number 3. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well, no, I think you would know the answer to that. Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice. Yes, sir? The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is it really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. That is indeed Trucy. I'm just surprised to hear that you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. Well, good news. Well, good news for Phoenix is I, the player, who have played through this game years ago and don't remember the answers to the puzzles. For the most part. But do remember the important parts of the story. Know the truth of what happened. Apollo doesn't. I never honest, but it is odd that you managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Wanna know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. Sorry, I'm sipping iced tea now. I finished my hot tea and I had a glass of iced tea ready for after. Poker's all about reading your opponent. In a way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent's thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss Orley? She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who noticed that? Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. There's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No? You can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What the fuck is he talking about? But you will. Soon. Ah, almost forgot one more thing about this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea what that's special. It's time. Real trial begins now. Do your best. I am not stopping until this case is over. Save. Okay, we're good. Yes. We're finishing this trial. And then the episode will end. Why are we in District Court Room number 2? Anyway, court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her versions of the events again. That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well, the witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser. Not. Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orley. Oh really? Wanna know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like oh really. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. I'm glad I did a fake accent for her. She bad. See? My shitty fake accent is canon. I totally forgot about this part, fellow dragons. Whoa, shit. Hey! No. Rewind. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? No! Bad! No autoplay! They remind you that you are currently under oath. Further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress. So you were in cahoots with the victim. Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. It was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. They would pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swap the cards. Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it. It would have made a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh, really, Orley? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. A mistake? I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quick Fingers Orley. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad, you hear me? Bad. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. That night, I played the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Wasn't me who hit Smith, it was that no-good cheating defendant. Surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect. That one cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking. Well, the testimony for what it's worth is all yours, Mr. Justice. But it's like her who needs criminals. With defendants like Mr. Wright who needs prosecutors. Okay, more info, please. This planted card, which card was it exactly? The trump card, the 5 of Hearts. Let me guess, Mr. Wright has to have switched the 5 with the ace. Was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. I slid it into Mr. Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Club, we serve borscht and suckers. Remind me never to go there. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to, then Smith searched him.
Hold it!
So everything went according to plan? Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it was obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The card disappeared? Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of Hearts. Gone without a trace. Poof. Zippo. We searched every nook and cranny. Even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct? Never in my long storied career. Never has Quick Fingers Orley been so readily duped. Oh, really? So, what did happen to the 5 of Hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of Hearts is still missing in action. Next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Okay, well... Guys, hold on. Court record real quick, I'm just looking. Okay. That card on the floor might be the 5. But I doubt it. No. Wait, isn't that a little odd? Well, what's odd? You searched Mr. Wright, thoroughly, and found nothing? Which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... And he's been made aware of it now. What was that just now? I said something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What do I do? Should I press her a little harder? Yeah. Miss Orley? You're hiding something. What? What are you talking about? You... me? Quick Fingers Orley? Hide something?
The defense will refrain from baseless accusations.
I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Mr. Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss Orley, she would touch the back of her head during certain the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? Whoa, what's going on? The sensation is coming into focus. There. That twitch, so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit I couldn't before?
Gotcha!
You got lice? Because you're scratching your head. Miss Orley, perhaps you're unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of her testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches the back of her neck. I'm sure of it. Memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something? Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what will remind her of the moment of the crime? Miss Orley, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left the inerasable impression on your neck is... Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us of more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon. But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain?
What's he talking about now?
It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you.
This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture.
The witness's habits, they're completely irrelevant. Justice, 100 bits confused myself. This certainly is a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, just trust me, now's our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of crime. The very moment. Yet I'm knowing nothing. We know you're not Russian. How'd you get the costume back on so quick? The witness will testify, please. Now. Fine. Fine. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there.
Hold it!
Objection? You seem uneasy. You try standing out here. Her eyes are drying all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at the table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So what do you think about her testimony? What do I think? It's very flawed. It's basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence.
What's that?
Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight till the cops got there? You know there's evidence that contradicts that. Hello, Phoenix's cell phone. Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted to a report. The police were alerted by a report from the defendant. Eh? And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. Ah! So explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. This is... showdown time. You dirty cheat. Check his pockets now. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Ah! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me. You, some master of cheating you turned out to be. When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, where does this leave us?
Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! Must have been me who was hit with the bottle, and I'm imagining all of this!
It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think of this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big fat liar. What? The
three were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement to that argument was murder. What? I didn't. I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. What tangled webs we leave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright! Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right. Like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know two colors of cards were being used. A fourth person. This theory again, your fourth person doesn't exist! Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there is no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch a real criminal. It's how I've done it in all my cases except for the one that was sabotaged. The real criminal? And we're in luck. Clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided to us. Right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about. Sorry? Remember what I said? The fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our court who thought the cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think. Can you figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear. Who is this fourth person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? I know the answer.
Take that!
As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But, of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue and the ones on the floor or the table. But look, you can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It's true that... Aha, yeah, no, waxing poetic. True that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yep. Well, Christoph, Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin, is something the matter? No, nothing, excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right. You aren't seriously accusing me, are you?
Oh, Kristoff. You know even I'd never take a joke this far.
This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant is accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you, I'm quite sane.
What possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met.
Well, what if they have?
Huh?
There's a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was saying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin, testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? Yeah, there's a reason I called him Mr. Sussy Man, or whatever the fuck I called him at the start. I'm not sure I follow Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley... Am I to assume that you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Mr. Justice? The matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh, okay. Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Yeah, let Phoenix talk! Let Phoenix talk! This is Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. I intend to see it through. Defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. A2 Justice. You would betray me, your teacher. Sorry, Mr. Gavin, this isn't about loyalty, this is about the truth. Very well, the defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. That night, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's why I made another phone call. The defense attorney Gavin. Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder? I dine with him rather frequently.
And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder?
Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you? Right? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial? The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice. Sir, he's lying, and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir? Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright, this can't end well. Can't I have a normal trial? I have bad news. They only get crazier from here, Apollo. Yes, everything. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin. I mean, he said so before the trial. Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. So the plates set on the table were from your dinner? Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, then Kristoff left. After that, Baby Smith walked in. 5 minutes. So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time? That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Kristoff, Gavin, and Shay Smith may have met. I believe I did say that. Here, I was all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear that they has passed in the hall? It does seem a little weak, his pretense for murder. Oh, it would be if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright, what are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith was about this failed trap? This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned? Plan was simple, elegant really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card from Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When the hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. I think I'm starting to remember something specific about the victim in this case. I don't know if it comes up yet. I don't think it comes up during this specific trial or not. I think it comes up in Endgame, so I will say nothing else, but I think I remember something. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yeah, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice that I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice? The murder weapon? Yeah, I rolled it up and shoved in the colored glass makes it hard to see. And I've already examined and seen that this bottle is empty. That sounds like terrific drama. Card inside the murder weapon, that's strange. Did the police miss an investigation? Maybe I'd better take a look. Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3, approves this battle of wits. Hey, Judge! You're in courtroom number 2, I hope you know. Revise testimony with this new information. Trapped during game, dispose the card in the bottle. I'm pressing everything first. I'm gonna go back to the other one. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant? Exactly. Cell phones don't get signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. So there in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. Didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead. Blood streaming from the cut on his forehead. And when you returned, the victim was already dead, yeah. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in. A little. He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that. That's why I made another call to Defense Lieutenant Gavin. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously got involved in a rather sticky affair, and figured Kristoff's law offices would give me a friend rate for my defense fees. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. White was talking about? What's this? Alright. Press about the bottle. Just to see. Why the bottle? I perceive my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what was coming. You struck first? I like that. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pockets, you don't. And it's objection time. Objection! Mr. Wright, if I may? Yes. I've examined the bottle and, there's not a card in here. I don't see any card in here. Hmm? No? What? Mr. Wright, surely ellipses isn't all you have to say for yourself. I can't say I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a fifth person came and took it out. Oh, and perhaps a sixth person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside the bottle and there was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh? Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Oh, why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in the photograph. There's the window. Wait a minute. Yeah. Okay, well, we've already seen this. I think I know what's going on.
Objection!
Mr. Wright? Again, if I may. Yes. So, take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead through the hat. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Eh? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And the victim's hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why did you do a thing like that? All I can say is I'm sorry, but that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So Miss Orley didn't see it. It being the victim's, his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Ahem, pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that, Mr. Gavin. This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. Well, a reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with Defense Attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please. The cop should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Oh. Okay,
I get it. It's because bald. Bone china plate? It's a kind of porcelain. Very smooth. Very shiny and... Oh. Wait. Very smooth, very shiny, and not plate. Pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then, how did he know? When did he see this bone china pat? Oh, that's right. Yeah. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spied Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you'd like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it? Mr. Phoenix, right. Order, I will have order. Mr. Payne? Yes, Your Honor. I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear defense attorney Gavin's testimony? Well, as a prosecutor, Very well, we'll break for 10 minutes, after which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well, this will be the final recess for the day. Are they both gonna be out here in lobby number 3? Yep, I think Mr. Kevin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Oh, right, she's not small child anymore, she is still child. Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please pick a card. What's this all about? Is this the one? Okay. Excellent. I have a message for you. Last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. A trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely and the game is yours. That's all. Okay. An ace. Where do I remember that card from? I see. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this splotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. This bloodstained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what all this meant. That girl? I'd seen her recently, but where? That's how I made the connection. Oh,
Court record immediately. Court record. I'm examining that shit immediately. Okay. Blood. Single drop of blood marks front of the car. No clues here. Okay, well. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Will Mr. the witness state his name and occupation?
Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. Mr. Wright has cross-examined a parrot! Fine, I'll play along. Yes, I will continue to reference previous games, even though I won't be playing them on this channel because I don't have the ability to record from my Nintendo DS. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Welcome back to the defense stand, Phoenix. Even though you're in the supporting chair right now. Oh hey, and there's Phoenix's objection theme. Apollo's objection theme is still better. I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright, what did you do back here? What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh? When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was laying on... Oh. My body's doing a thing. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer, is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin, I'm afraid I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you, I have the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yeah, I'm afraid the current situation I see... Yeah, I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well, allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us how you were involved in the events of that fateful night.
The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead as he appeared in the photo. Bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hands. I sensed that was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came from Wright. So, you witnessed the murder! For better or worse, amidst the actual moment of the deed.
Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client.
What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all.
So you are, Mr. Gavin.
And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Oh, Mr. Wright, you had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Whoa.
Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. I'm cross-examining my boss. What has happened?
This is getting weirder. This trial's getting weirder and weirder. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window of the hideout.
Press everything!
That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers, his aura, shall we say. I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. So then you knew the true nature of your client's job? Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense to know they were friends after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score.
I see. What happened then?
I went down to the basement.
Hold it!
The window in the hideout.
The little window. You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs?
Yes, relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe.
Why did you go through the trouble of peeking in through the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room?
I didn't want to upset Wright, you see.
Upset Mr. Wright.
Yes, what if my fears had been unfounded?
I'd be walking in on their match.
Form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense.
Hold it!
How do you know it was right after the murder?
Really, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part of my testimony. Ah, there he is, the coolest defense in the West we all know and love. Even when you're standing up there in the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. Friends like these who means enemies.
Oh, they are indeed enemies.
Hold it!
By
by photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene? Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? That's everything. Those were the only three at the crime scene. Yes, as far as I saw, at least. Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
There must have been someone else there at the moment of crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah, yes, this mysterious 4th person. Who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you could show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card was swapped out was the fifth ace, right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason? No evidence. It's now or never. That's like present evidence in the court. Showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Go ahead, point the reason. Why did the killer take the 5th ace?
There's blood on it!
My reason is, this. Is that an ace?
Why it's got blood on it?
Right next to the spade.
What?
This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be the missing 5th ace?
Inconceivable.
How could you? What are you doing with that card?
Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset?
It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl.
Oh, that card?
It's mine.
Days I picked it up at the Porchable Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are her stock in trade, after all.
Objection!
No, impossible, unacceptable. The court cannot accept this evidence. It's a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the crime scene.
Where are you going with this?
Take another look at the photo in the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood.
Objection!
Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. Oh, right. Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, We can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from that crime scene. And now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence of safety.
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless.
Objection!
Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. What? This is not... You are aware of what date it is. This isn't 2024 or 25 or anything where based would be used as slang like that. What? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. Try picturing the scene of the crime in your head. Up. Now it's 3D. The murder took place in the hideout. The blood of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped out a card, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it, in the victim's hand. Given this, there's one decisive problem with this evidence. Well, what is it? Let's keep in mind... Or let's keep it simple. Shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position this diagram doesn't fit? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, or the second witness? Victim. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look. The victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Ah! Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not the cards. Why, that's right, so what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. The chair was facing the other way? It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which was the chair facing. When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in the photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We now know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder, but this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? Everyone except for the unconscious witness. But we'll say killer. If victim was facing that way, killer was not over here. The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front, sitting where his indicator is currently? Yeah, I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall in the middle of the game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was sitting where he was shown, where would his assailant be standing? What? But there's no boat mark where the killer should be. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing towards the wall at the time. That's the only thing we know for sure. Forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing? Closet! Closet! Killer to be standing, here? You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. I thought I was onto something there, too. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above, huh? It's simple logic, really. If this was only the place the killer could, if this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that the very moment of the crime, wait, I know. Very moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there? What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation. Right, Mr. Gavin? I thought he was hiding inside. Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try and move the cupboard. Ah, Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Damn it! Okay, well... Ah! Discord doing a thing. I better finish this thing late, then I've got a specific thing to do. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. Thank you. As you can see, the cupboard wasn't the problem. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been shown here. Now, everything's in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my! What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. Yeah, you and your freaking mage pictures, man. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang. Notice something, Apollo. Our line of deductions rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Victim, killer, witness, or second witness? Excuse me, second witness. Judge, is it past your nap time? Little bit. Oh no.
Take that!
About this cupboard, are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cover would completely cover up the window to the stairs? Ah! That's right, someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin? What did you say? Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game till someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was. While the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order. This is a court of law and I will have order. Shit. Okay, well, hold on. Fuck, where is it? Nope, that's the wrong one. I had an alternate controller nearby and it's... don't tell me I have to get up. It's gonna make it harder to do the nose thing, but it's fine. It was here. Where'd it go? Okay, now that's phone. No. Okay, no, it's not. Nope, that's the nope, that's still not where it was. Right here. My spare controller was right here. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, there it is. Slightly further than I expected. There. Cool. Gotta charge the Joy-Cons. Don't know why only that side. But whatever. We just now received word from our investigation team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh, and what did they find? Well, Your Honor, turns out there's a secret passage behind it. What? What? Yes, I believe someone mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room of our many... It's one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentioned it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engrossed in illegal goings-on. You never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room was a secret passage. Where does it go? Other side connects to the restaurant above. So the underworld bosses could get away from the cops. And enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. See where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I'm your mentor now, bitch. Sorry, that's... I see it, but I don't believe it. The girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked, and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and when Mr. Wrights returned from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we could probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith, A date with destiny. There he crouched hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard, holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came and he took it. Ah! What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll go get help. Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out of the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor and the fact that they were all red. Ugh. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne? Yes, Your Honor! Prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Believe me when I say I don't believe this is happening either, Mr. Gavin. But, I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tricks firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin. Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin, is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints, am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes, fingerprints on the bottle were upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. Court in this case demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold the bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottle with the bottom of the bottle. See how the caught fish squirms to last. Well, Paula? Yeah? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation just like that. Yeah, just like that. Why didn't you grab the bottle upside down, other than to... Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight. Okay, just say words, man. It would be hasty. Well, Mr. Justice, Mr. Gavin said that the court in this case demand an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave justice until justice is done. Perhaps defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence?
Take that!
It's actually easier to show than explain. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me, on the floor? Yes, now reach down and pick it up, without getting out of your chair. Ah! See, you naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken the night of the murder. Defendant Mr. Wright sat here, playing the piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. He would have naturally picked up bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed, but then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from underneath the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Order, order, order. What do you have to say to the charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney is a famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where's your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Ah, yes. I have your memo here about that. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl. And here's one of the bottles in question. What are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if there were any on that but his. Mr. probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle will bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? Why? Just humor me. Mr. Wright, that bottle will solve this case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. First off, okay, there's no blood. Oh, hey! There's a card in here. There's something inside the bottle. What's this? That card. It can't be. Recall the unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment? Miss Olga Orley? Yes, our little swindling devo chica. That night I played the card like I was supposed to, and Wright lost the hand just like he was supposed to. Then Mr. Smith searched in, but the planted card was gone, the trap failed. Wait, this isn't... You're telling me this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yeah, I snuck a peek at it, found it was the 5 parts, and I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed where? There's an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the cards inside the bottle. The 5 of hearts, this is the card. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Ooh, we getting the breakdown. Ooh. That is all. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix, right? Revenge? Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic. Straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Wink, wink. Our names are puns, man. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? Oh my gosh, this is... How long is this recording? Oh, 4.5 hours. Oh no, I forgot how long this first case was. I should have chopped it up. Oh well. I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he? None that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler? No profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him. Orange follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. First was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo.
You suck! You'd never be Phoenix! Just watered down Generation X Xerox copy.
Rude! He's going through a cringe phase. He can't help it.
Yes, he can.
This is a dark time for our legal system. Twisting justice brought about by our own initial trial system. We have to say it right. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright. This case is only half as long when you aren't reading out loud. And poking fun at everything. Court is adjourned! just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Cat, the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yeah, the sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... What's the weird vibe? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have fun to answer that question yourself. I have a thing with a Magatama. That's my power. I can't help you. I can't help you with that. It's your thing. Answer, right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait. You don't know, do you? This locket's the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. The girl whose picture is in your locket. Your daughter, right? That's right, she's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Eh? I took this off his neck the night he died. It looks like our dear Russian scam artist Tommy. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury! You testified. You said that locket was yours. I said no such thing. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. Subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. And it's the truth. Wait, but then why? Why is the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for the Gavin law offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin getting literally in handcuffs. I put my own boss in jail for murder. Oh no. Apollo? Yes? How about coming to work for me? Eh? You mean at the Wright & Co. law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know that. I can't imagine that to be true, but, wait, you're not, oh, I turned in my badge, yes, I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident was 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion and he left the law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in a court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd. It's true. It seemed well too perfect. Obviously the card handed to me by the literal magician.
Take that!
You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place. Luckily for us. Of course, we can't accept this evidence as fraud. Fraud? How can you be so sure? I think the only person who could claim it's a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then you really... Yeah. I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? God. I have punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright? Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling "take that" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. I have literally punched a guy like that, I think. Oh, and Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. What the fuck, man? Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name's Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. And that is it for this episode of Little Dragons. That's it for this episode. I'm going to continue. The subsequent episodes will not be this long. I'm going to break them up more. I should have split this one in half. Because it takes... Reading this stuff doubles the length of the craziness. And I probably should edit out that part where I had the right thought, right evidence, wrong statement to submit, but I should edit that out. I'm not. Things like that happen in the future, though, I will edit out. But yeah, done with this episode. I have things to watch. I've got things to watch, things to do, food to eat. I will see you next time, fellow dragons. Bye.